everybody, we're gonna do another stream. We're gonna be doing more LowRez Jam. It's a game jam, and it's gotta be 64 by 64 pixels. And we're gonna make it on the Game Boy, so we're gonna make a little frame around it to hide the pixels outside of that range, and that should be fine. And yeah, it's a little pet simulator that we're working on. So hang out for a minute and we'll be getting to that. Should be lots of fun. Welcome in, Big Lumbee. Thanks for getting first again. Appreciate you being here. Hope you had a great day. You keep talking about sailing the seas, but I don't see any seas. Is it still saying that I'm sailing the seas? It shouldn't be. There's no seas tonight. They have no seas. Yeah, no. Indiana Crone's bailed on us tonight. He wanted to spend time with his wife, so I think that's important, you know. But what? We usually do it on Tuesdays also, so maybe on Tuesday we'll play. I've been away, so I didn't play any last week at all. But yeah, I think this ad should be over soon. Where's my face? There it is. Alright. Yeah. Anyways, I'm here. Welcome back from the ad break. That's super fair. Better to spend time with your family if they need it. Yeah, I mean, like, if they had something going on, I don't know. I must have missed it because I wasn't at their last stream where they were, like, telling me the reason. But, you know, wife is reason enough. That's fine, you know. He's usually pretty hardcore about every Thursday and Saturday and Tuesday, unless it's too hot, or unless he's got something else going on, or unless he's got, you know, tired from work or whatever. So I mean, it's like, you know, I'm not like, you know, upset. Like, I could care less. I mean, it's fun to have someone to play with. Don't get me wrong. I like having someone to play with. But if they've got other things to do, that's fine. I got a game to jam on, so you know, what are you gonna do? There, that's me and Spiral Nights with Ari. LOL. Which that you're expecting it to always happen, or that it's okay if it doesn't happen? So I think we need like a start scene, and I don't have anything for that. I don't even have a title for this game. Where are we? We got this mock-up, and we've got this black and white. Oop. Copy that. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. Select all. Copy. Paste. Select all. Copy. Paste. Somehow we need to make the title screen fit in there. About being hardcore about it otherwise. Right on. But yeah, you have game jam, so I can't bug you to golf with me yet. Yeah, I mean, I try to like be consistent and like do things at like normal times, and I was like just about to hit the start stream button, and I got an invite to play Helldivers with my other buddy, so I was like, oh shit. And I like kind of wanted to be like, nah, I don't want to play, but then I was like, you know what, I kind of do want to play. And it's Saturday night, you know, like people do things, they do social things. Normal people, they do social things. That was my normal person social thing for the week, so we got that out of the way. I played a video game with people, with real life people that I know, that I've met in person before. But I like playing with people I don't know either. It's a little bit easier out with it. Like these friends, they always want to like call and like have everyone on the phone, which is fine. It's kind of fun that way, but it also means that I can't like do anything else while we're on the phone, right? I can't like be watching someone else's stream or like 5 other people's streams, or like, you know, it kind of makes it difficult to stream the game itself, right? Because then it's like everyone's on the phone. It's like, well, can't we all just be on Discord so I can stream that? And people are like weird about that, and it's like, can't we just talk in the game? It's like, well, I might as well just play with different people if I'm gonna do that. I don't know. To be fair, there's a part of me gnawing to say, play golf with me, because golf with your friends has not only introduced me to so many people so far, it's also just generally addictive and fun playing with friends. Well, I'm down to play. I don't own the game. I don't know how much it costs, but not like I don't spend money at all. I do from time to time. I actually just bought a game today, and I don't know if it's gonna be good, but it's like a spiritual successor to Extreme G. It's called Phase Shift, and I wonder what that's gonna be like. Hope it's as good as Extreme G, or if, you know, better. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna just write something dumb. We'll just do game. Wait, that's not how you spell game. Game title. Game. Title. Maybe that should be black. And then in the green, we'll go with classic. Press start. Game title, press start. Pretty self-explanatory. It's like $15 if I recall. Let me check the Steam page again. Right on, yeah, I mean, $15 isn't outside of my budget. So we've got a game title. We'll export it. Well, first let's save it. I know it's not the most amazing thing yet, but we can save over it later. Then we'll export it as I was hoping the game files were on here. There they are. Title screen. There it is. I didn't catch the Pokemon. I've been doing so good with my Poke catches today. Right, so I believe it should be saved in here then, since I just saved it in there. There it is. So we'll make a new scene. We'll throw it here. Title screen. So this will now be where the game starts. I'm going to have a transparent actor. And then we'll do a button script. And then we'll go ahead and do all of those. Although honestly, it should have options and play. But we'll just start with this for now. And we'll go to scene 2. We'll just call it Dungeon 1. This one is pet scene. And this one we'll call title. So now starts here, goes there, get the thing, and then we can go there. Right, once we get to here. Here we are, game title. Press start. And oh, what happened here? Why are we outside? Oh, screwed that up. So there's our pet, and for some reason these ones got garbled. We've got a weird face there, weird eye there, and we've got a weird eye there, a weird poopy there. Looks like part of a face there and part of a face there as well. I'm not really sure why that's happening. All of these are unique tiles, so that shouldn't be an issue. Unless there's like something that I missed, but... yeah, because this one is being copied there. And that is what, 1, 2, 3 over, and 1, 2, 3, 4 down. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 8, 9. It's quite different than 12, 10. And the numbers are working, but it's the money and the energy that aren't working. Real strange how that is. So maybe it has something to do with our thing. Oh, which is in our tile sets folder. So yeah, we're getting weird garbage up here. So I'm wondering if we can fix this by like putting the money over here maybe. So 1, 2, 3, 4, this one goes next. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one. So there's the money, and then the energy. We don't animate these things. Maybe there'll be less problems. But yeah, I'm excited to see this game work. I know it's still like in the very early stages here, but it would be cool to see it work. I feel like these should go here. We lost our background layer thing. Maybe we should be working in the A-sprite file. That's not the one. This one. Oh, it's not saved as a A-sprite file. Well, never mind then. I'm just gonna delete this shit. And then we'll save it. And then let's fix these ones. That's the heart. That's the pet. Oh, and here's the money. So 69, 70, 71, 72, and then this will be what, 73, 74, 75, 76. So hopefully that fixes things. Honestly, I don't know why it was all messed up before, but maybe just moving it around will do the thing. And it did. So I don't know why, but it did. We lost our money numbers though. So there's the hearts, health. Do we not have money numbers? Interesting. We've got energy and health, but no money. The money numbers. We need this to be at the top. And this is coins, money ones. And then this one is money tens. And we need it to be at the top as well. And that should give us money numbers. I guess we could test that. Cool, so we've got money now. Yeah, so slowly but surely we're chipping away at this thing. And the time actually works. All of these numbers are accurate. These are indicating the stats that the creature comes with. We start with no money. And yeah. So eventually we're gonna have UI that moves around the screen. But it's probably makes more sense to have all the tiles get populated first. So let's bring up our mock-up here. And we've got the work one, the food and the water, and the poop and the arrows, and that's pretty much it. The arrows don't actually need to be there until we have a second pet to be able to switch to. But yeah, so let's get this work thing in there next. So we've got all of our tiles here. And then we've got everything split up in layers here. Let's get this off to the side because there's like a ton of layers. Work. There it is. So we'll just grab all 4 of these. And we'll throw them here, I guess. Move that there. What else do we got? The food, the water. Food test. Oh, that's got both of them. Okay. And then we do need this like background color. Although I guess if we're using the no, because we'll just use the different numbers. We've got these ones here, but we should probably invert them. There, like that. So they look a little different. We'll have to add 20 to each variable to get it into that position, but it should be easy. Hey, Westlow Findings, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. Appreciate you being here. We're making a pet simulator for LowRez Jam, and it currently looks like this. There's not a whole lot going on yet. We're still swapping in background tiles, and the clock works, and then these numbers are accurate. It is unhappy because it's got very little health. Doing good? Good to hear it. Hope you've had a good weekend so far, being that it's Saturday. Hope that your week was good. I took a nice little vacation last week, but I came back to work on this game jam. Here's the mock-up I made. Let's see it without the grid. So each of these sections are going to be like navigable, and yeah. So maybe we should put the I or the Z's in, and then maybe the food. So yeah, some of this stuff only goes in when you have a pet, and then some of it should go in even if you don't. Yeah. So we'll make a new group, and this will be sleeping graphics. So here you can see that there's Z's, or it becomes this eyeball when it's awake to show you if it's asleep or awake. It's not really necessary, but it's like another little thing. Taco Crepe, thanks for checking in. Vibin', just busy making mischief. Nice. Hope you're not making too much mischief. What up, Rick? Hey, Taco Crepe, welcome in. Everyone should check out Taco Crepe, by the way. Taco Crepe does pixel art. Also, I didn't properly shout out Big Lumbee, and they were here first. But yeah, Big Lumbee and Taco Crepe are both fantastic pixel artists. They both do commissions. They're both very cool people. And Big Lumbee does some retro gaming as well. But thank you so much for dropping in, Taco Crepe. It's always a pleasure. And here's Big Lumbee again, for those who weren't here for the first 5 seconds of the stream and missed his shout out, or their shout out. Lumbee is super cool. They mod the stream, and we're probably gonna play some of this golf game that they're talking about before too long. We'll have to see. So we need 2 replace tiles if it's awake, and 2 if it's sleeping. So let's make a conditional. So if variable value, and this one will be sleeping, asleep. If asleep equals 0, then you're awake. So then we'll find the right tile. So if we look at the mock-up, it is 1, 2, 3, 4 over and 1 down. So 1, 2, 3, 4 over, 1 down. So that is 10, 6, and 11, 6. Or am I wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's the 5th one over. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. So and 7. There we go. And then we'll move this to be the eyeball. It's over here somewhere. Past the poops, past the Z's on the next row. There's the eye. So we'll copy this one. We'll paste it here. Then we'll move it one over. And then we need an else statement. And then we'll copy, or we'll just paste these ones. And we'll bring it down to the Z's. Oh, we do need to move one of each of these. Otherwise, we'd just be replacing the same tile. But that should work for sleeping graphics. Let's get some food graphics in there while we're at it. We'll make a new group. We'll rename it to food and water graphics. And we'll make a tile swap. And now we need to put it in the right spots. I think the food is like, oops. Right here? Here. Let's double check here. Oops. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, and 1 from the bottom there. So 1, 2, 3, that's 8, 11, yep. So we'll find the food icon, which is somewhere pretty far in here. Oh, did we not save it? Let's save it. Alright, so we saved it. And then there, we've got food first, I think, and then water. I don't know, they look so similar that I need to make like a pop-up. Alright, so that should give us food and water. Let's give it the old testaroo. Yeah. Something happened there. I don't know why. But we got things wrong on the eye somehow. So I think we're too far down. But then for some reason it also, oh, yep, this is wrong. There we go. So that should work. And then if we switch the asleep variable to 1, then we should be able to see the Z's. There they are. And you notice that this thing clicked in a frame late, so maybe we should put that in there as well. That's not how you spell clock. I think it's that one. We'll start with it blank. How about that? Alright, so what do we got here? Oh, the poops still need to be in there, huh? So we need to make sure that there is a blank tile here at some point. I guess we could put that one there as a blank tile. It's next to the poop after all, kind of. Group. We'll call it the poop deck. Since we're not pirating tonight. And this one has to be that blank one. We'll do another pass to replace the blank ones later as things get dirty. Oh, was that it? No. There, that's the blank one. So this one needs to go... Eight, 5. Nine, 5. 8, 6. And 9, 6. And that should leave some room for poops. Our eyeballs are confused still. Not sure what happened there. Oh, they are indeed confused. But the Z's are okay, right? Yeah. Alright, so we're moving along here. For the arrows, we've got two different types of arrows. I'm trying to think if we should use, you know, the outline arrow if you have another pet, or, you know, make them dim if you don't, or just make no arrows there if you don't. I feel like we should probably just use this arrow and then make them blank if you don't have other pets, and then when you do have other pets, give them this arrow, and then the selector will be the same as the other selector, I think. Yeah. So we'll do that. Oops. There's a wheezing in chat. Alright, so first we'll make arrows. Arrow, oh wait, group. Rename, we'll call it arrow spot. Because there's not actually going to be any arrows, we're just going to use the same swap tile as this. And then put it over all the spots where there's arrows. So 1, 2, 3, there. Move it over one, move it down one, move it over and down. So there's the left arrow. We'll make a group for it. Hey, I caught the wheezing. Left arrow spot. And then this one will be the right. Alright, so we need to go over. Cool, so that should clear up a couple more chunks of space. Get rid of those ugly looking coordinates. Yeah, so now we've just got food numbers and work. Let's take a look at how far off we are on the mock-up. So far it looks pretty good actually. The energy numbers are off and the food numbers will be that weird color too. So let's find our energy numbers. And so what we're gonna do is Alright, so when we provide energy numbers or any numbers, any numbers that need to be the other color. Where is this? Oh, we got the script for it, starting values here. So we've got this work one, and it sets these to a value of 0. Wait, we want the energy one. And it sets these to a value of 2 and 5. So what we need to do is change it to 22 and 25. And now, because we put the 2's in front, it will be on the second row. Should be a different color number. And there it is. We changed the color of that number by adding 2's in front of the numbers. And it's a little bit confusing, but if you take a look at this is tile 0 and this is tile 20. So tile 25 is this one and tile 22 is this one. So we just added 20 to it to move it down a row because there's 20 on each row. Alright, so now we need to make the work one and the food and water, and then we can start with the cursor. Also, this is going a lot faster than it was yesterday because yesterday I was like so tired. I had been up for like nearly 20 hours by the time I started the stream. And now I slept like a baby last night and have been just kind of relaxing all day, so I've been ready to myself for this. What are we doing here? We want to do another one of these. So So let's close this big nasty looking one and we'll make another group. And we'll call this one work graphics. We'll make a new tile swap event. We can find the work graphics here. There it is, and then we'll find the work position. So that's where the number goes, so we want it to be there. We'll copy it, paste it, paste it, paste it, and we'll move it over one, move this over, move this down one, and move this over two, move this and this and this. And now we should have the work, and then we need the work variable stuff. So work numbers. We'll make a group, rename it to work numbers. All right, and then so we can basically steal these events and then just put them in the right spot. So this one needs to be work ones. Also, what color is that supposed to be? It's supposed to be white. Okay, it's the food one that gets the other color. All right, so work ones and oh no, this is tens. So let's copy this, paste it, move it over, and change it to tens. So there's our work numbers. Are they not inside the group? All right, so let's copy this event, we'll paste it, and this will be our food numbers. And we can just move them over. Change this to food ones and food tens. Copy, paste, move over. Oop, moved over too many. And then this one is water ones and water tens. And I think those are right. So now we need to make sure that the water gets changed to that special color. So starting values, water. So we'll just add 2s in front of these. And so anytime we change those numbers, we're gonna have to remember to put 2s in front, but that's not too bad really. And considering what it gives us, because now we have different colored numbers, I think that's worth it. All right. Yep, so we've got no more swap tiles in there with the nasty looking coordinates. We've got a working timer. Got all the numbers working. Oh, the food one was the one that needed to be not the water. Alright, so now we've got all that. So the next thing we need is a actor, and we'll go ahead and start it in this corner. And then we need a selector. Oh, I guess we don't really want it in the corner, we want it there. I'm just thinking, But yeah, I was thinking it would be cool to select it and like get information about the pet, but we can do that on the heart. I think that might be a better option. All right, so we're gonna make a new file. It's a 16 by 16. It read my mind. We're gonna make the green background. We're gonna make a new layer. And now we're gonna make that selection option thing, which I think could probably just be black lines, maybe? Maybe do something fancy with the corners. I don't want to infringe too much. Infringe. Anyways, that should be good. Let's try this. Or actually, you know what? We're gonna need a couple different ones. So we'll go ahead and make a new frame. Actually, we'll leave that there, and then we'll move these ones down because we need it to be smaller. Something like that. I think. Or you know what, we want them to be up, don't we? Because this is for the food and water. Oh, I guess we need it to be down for that also. And then make it small for that. Or you know what, it's probably better if we just clear it all at once. But we do want this one to be... Or you know what? This one could be... I don't know which one it should be. Maybe we don't need to select that at all. Maybe it just bypasses it. Also, these ones kind of need their own icons. So maybe we should work on that instead. Why is it not centered? Well, because there was a line on that side. Let's fix that. Food. And then we could do like that. I don't think it takes away from it too much. I wonder if we should animate this. Probably, huh? There's a Thievel in chat. I don't know, maybe that'll work. Maybe we'll change it later, I don't know. But then we should probably animate this one too, huh? Whoops. Alt and oh, I was hitting the wrong thing. Get out of here. You rocking out to this song, Taco Crepe? You like this one? Or are you rocking out to something else? Rocking on your stream is a cool. Yeah, I made this one. I made all of them, but this one I made. I actually made it for my podcast, I think, and I used it in my podcast, but I also use it in Retro Spaceball. It's the only song that got used in both podcast and Retro Spaceball. But I just like it that much. It's very grooving, you know. But I'm glad you like it. Alright, now we've got our icons. UI icons? UI icons? I don't know. We're gonna export it as a sprite sheet. That's how that looks. We're going to put it in our sprites folder. Yeah, it's very groovy. Yeah. Kind of want to listen to it again. This song is like the opposite. It's like the worst of the songs that I made that still somehow made it into Retro Spaceball. Someone even told me on stream that they didn't like it. But I don't like it either, so and I'm in control. No, it's for a boss, and like boss music is kind of hard, and I was like, oh, I can make this work, and then I was like, you know what, I don't like that at all. So like a couple years later I went back in and changed it, and like I like it better, but I still don't like it. Alright, so now, did we not put it in the right folder? I thought we did. Oh shit, I clicked Blender. That happens a lot more often than it should. Alright, so now we've got sprites for this guy. Actually, let's not use the player. Wait, this isn't the player. Okay, this is just an actor, yeah. So that way we can have that. And let's make sure that animated properly. UI icons. So this one, we want it to just be fixed direction and idle. So the first frame is going to be this one. The second frame is going to be this one. And then what we'll do is we'll add states for these other ones. So we'll rename this one to food. And then food will have the two food frames. And then we'll make another one. We'll rename this one to water. I like it personally though. Yeah, boss music usually is more distinct. I think it's usually the game's main theme but remixed. Interesting. Yeah, I made one boss track that I really liked. I can fast forward to that one if I can find it here. It doesn't really work great for stream music, but I really enjoyed it. A lot of people have told me that they liked it as well. Someone even told me it sounded like mindless self-indulgence, which makes sense because I was listening to a lot of mindless self-indulgence around the time that I made it. But I wasn't really going for that, but at the same time, like, I kind of was on accident. But this one turned out a lot better than the other. The Indie Maniac! Thanks for checking in. How was your stream? Did you just end your stream? Was it good? I was lurking. Oh, I got it. You came here just to fart. Well, thanks for that. Holy shit, it's Rick streaming. Hello. Welcome in. Yeah, this sounds really cool. Hey, glad you like it, Taco. It kind of repeats for like 4 minutes and 48 seconds, but that's kind of what the game needed, because I didn't want it to just like restart. I wanted to give you at least like fucking 5 minutes before it just restarted. And I might fix that somehow to make it just like only play the beginning once and then loop, because that was the original intention of the song, but I just never got around to programming that. But yeah, welcome in, Indie Maniac. Hope you had fun with your stream together. I got to see the Backrooms Cleaner one, and then I got called into a hell dive, and then when I came back, you were playing a different game. Yeah, but so now we've got the UI. It should blink there. And then, so what we want to do is like make it move around the scene. And if we do it on the sprite, it won't keep track of it when we go back and forth. And we want it to go where it was last. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to put another actor down here off screen. We'll make it transparent. And then this one on its update function is going to look for the number, which we haven't created yet. So we'll do variable value. Actually, let's do a switch. So we'll do a switch, and this one is going to be looking for a variable that we haven't made yet. So let's make that variable. We'll call it player selection. And so it's going to have 1, 2. I don't know how many options it should have. Let's look at the thing. So we've got this. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's arrows too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then at least 9, probably 10. Maybe we'll just have it select this whole thing. Yeah, so 10 positions. So 0 through 9. Or we can just have it start at 1, I guess. But we need to make sure that on initialization, if variable value, if what is this, player selection equals 0, variable value, player selection equals 1. So that way it doesn't like not show when you first start. And then so on this one, we're going to, if it's at 1, we need it to be at the position that it's at. So we'll go set position, and self is not what we want. We want actor 1. So let's name actor 1. We'll call it player selection UI. Alright, so player selection UI is going to go to this, which is 6.6. So we'll change that to 6.6. And as you can see, it highlights the position. So that's good. We will copy the event, paste it here, move it. Let's move it to the arrow next. Oops. And then work. Stop. These arrows are so fucking small. I always click the wrong shit. And then we want food, which is actually gotta go there. Let's just copy this one, paste it, and this one goes there. And that one goes there. That one goes there. I think that one goes there. And then there. And there. Alright, so now we've got all the different positions based on the value, but we don't actually give it any value other than 1. So we also need this on the init. So actually I don't think this is supposed to be on this. It's supposed to be on this. And then what we need now is buttons. So attach script to buttons. We want up and down, or up and right to be the same. And then down and left will be the same. So this will increment the number. So variable, or wait, we want increment variable by 1, and this is going to be player selection, but we want an if variable value. So if player selection equals less than 10, then we do that. And then if variable value equals 10, so this is player selection. Oh, there's a Solosis in chat. if anyone plays the Pokemon game. Yeah. Alright, so if it is 10, then we want to set it back to 0. So variable value, player selection equals 0. Or not 0, 1. Okay, so then we need to copy this event, paste it, switch the number, or switch those up. This one has to be greater than 1, and we're no longer going to increment. We want to decrement the player selection. If it's greater than 1, we decrement. If it's equal to 1, then we want to make it equal to 10. And then we do actually want this. We want it to happen afterwards though. And we really only want it to happen if something's changed. So we'll do if variable value. We'll make a new variable. We'll call it selection updated. So if selection updated equals 1, variable value selection updated equals 0, and then we throw that switch in there. So that way this switch doesn't run every single frame, but after we hit a button, we'll set that value to 1. So every time we hit a button, it gets set to 1. Also, we should have sound effects for the UI. But if it's set to 1, we set it back to 0 and then move the cursor position. So they should work now. They won't change for the food and water yet, but that's next. Alright, so we got our title screen, we got our little man, we've got our pet found, we've got our UI. Although it does feel backwards. Also, it's not going where I want it to go. Alright, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Weird. Whoa, that's weird. So this is 1. Maybe we should just have the thing out. UI, selection. Alright, so player selection 1, 2, 10. 1, 2, 1, 10. 1, 2. So why is it that if I hit left when I'm greater than 1, it should decrement the selection? But instead it makes it to 10. Oh, because it runs this next. I see what's going on here. So I think we need a switch in each of these, actually. Alright, yep, let's do that. So we're gonna delete these, which would have been quick and easy, but didn't work right. So we'll just do it the hard way, the long and hard way. We'll make a switch, we'll give it 10 options, we'll do selection, and then if it's 1, we go to 2. So we'll just decrement. Player selection. Oh wait, did I say decrement? Well, that actually is what I want there. Actually, that's not what we want there. We want this one to become a we want that to become 10. But these ones will decrement. And it'd probably be quicker to just have it like move in the same switch, but like I don't think it's gonna really slow things down too much. It's not like an action game or anything like that, so I think it'll be fine to do it this way. So this one we want an increment. Player selection, copy it. And then variable value, this one should be back to 1. Player selection. Okay, so this should work. Shouldn't have those little weird bugs. The position's still off, but we've got it going to 10 now. So let's fix that arrow position. That was this one, switch. There. And that means we gotta do that in the on init as well. Yeah, because there's numbers there. Right? Or no? Oh, the numbers are above it. That one's wrong. And then this one. Let's see how this looks. Oh, oh yeah, but for some reason at the start it still did it wrong. I think it's because no, they're not this one. No. Weird. Fixed it there. Oh, it's because it starts there. Alright, so that should be good. Let's fix the animation, or the animation state for the food and water. So when it gets to 4 and 5, we want to set animation state, and this is going to be that one, and we want it to be food first. We'll copy this event. We do want it to loop, and then we'll paste it here, and this one will be water. But then we do need to go back into the update and do it on 4 and 5 here. And so now we should have the food and water icons. Although they're gonna be in the wrong position, I just realized. I think. Yeah, because then you can't see the number. Also, it doesn't change back when you leave. So that's another issue. Alright, so we've got 4 and 5. We need them to go up. And then the ones around it, we need our animation state back to default. And then we need to do that on init as well. So those will set it back to default, and these ones, oops, we want them to be up above the numbers. Alright, let's take a look at what happened now. That looks good. I just realized I used 4 colors when I was animating the cursor. So I think the next thing is to have it like tell you what it is when you select it. The problem with that is that like there's I don't know of any way to like make the text go back to where it should be. So it almost needs to like load a new scene. And then populate it, and then go back. And like, basically reload this scene with whatever position your cursor's in, which should be fine, because it's already set to do that. I'm just kind of thinking out loud at this point. So yeah, maybe we do that. We need like a blank one, so that way we can like populate it with text. But then we might need to go in and like add some tiles that we can replace with. Not really sure. There's a Bergmite in chat. Not a Birdmite, but a Bergmite. Alright, so I think we have blank ones, right? Not an actor, a scene. we'll throw it underneath this one. Yeah, we'll start with the blank one, and then if we need it to be unique tiles like this, then we can do that. Alright, so first one, we'll call it health scene. The actor, we want transparent. And then on init, we want it to load some text. So we'll say text, draw text. We want it to say health, but we don't want it to be there. We want it to fit on the screen, health. And then we can do another one that says, oops, pet 1 health. Well, I guess we should probably make sure that it's the right pet before we do that, right? So that way we don't have to make a new scene for each pet. So we'll do variable value, if variable compare with value. So we'll do pets shown equals 1, and we'll do that. And those dollar signs will become the pet 1 health integer. And then we should probably have a little bit more information. So we'll copy this event, paste it here, and then we'll have maybe a space. Nutrition doesn't fit. Food, water, and sleep. Food, water, space plus sleep. Give. Oh, it's not gonna let me write that there. Give health. And then we also want a button. So when you hit any of these buttons, it will go back to the pet scene. Alright, so now we need a way to get there. So on this one, we've got our update function. We've got our button presses. We don't have a button script for A or B. Or start or select. I don't know if select should do something else or what. I don't know, maybe we'll leave select blank for now, and then we'll do switch player selection, 10 options. And so if it's at option 1, we want to change the scene to health scene. Let's test this out. Alright, Alright, we've got our game title screen, we've got our little person, we've got our thing, we click on it, and we've got health 5, water, plus sleep, give health. Is there really only 5 health? Because it seems that there's 25 health. Why is that? Oh, that's the wrong integer. Health main. That's the one we want. Actually, sleep doesn't give health. Can we say provide? Will that fit? Food and water provide health. So I guess the next one to do would be work. Although we don't need a scene, we just need him to go to work. And I think there's actually 2 works. Yeah, there's like a work with an X through it. So that would mean you're not working. Basically, we just need to switch those and then give it a sound effect and start changing the number. So let's go ahead and get our work icons on the thing here. They weren't on the right layer. Where is the right layer? Work. Right, so we've got our work icons. Save it. And now we actually set it up wrong, right? Because we just gave it work. So what we need to do is where it says work graphics, like this should probably not be the one that's on. So 112, 113, 114, 115. But then also here where we do all of the numbers and the pet tiles, we should be, you know, seeing if this pet is at work, right? So variable value, variable compare, and then we want work. So we don't have like a working variable, so I think we need that also, right? Because all we have is that. We're not keeping track. It's like the sleep one where we have a sleep number, but then we also have the sleep on or off, like Boolean. So pet1 working. So yeah, oops. So pet1 underscore working. And then so if if that one's that, then we want this one. So we'll copy this. And then if it's else, we want it to be the other one. So we'll set it back to whatever it was. I don't remember the number. 92, 93, 94, and 95. So now, depending on if it's working or not, we'll rename this to no work graphics. But then this one shouldn't happen after it, right? This should basically happen if this is not true. So we'll throw that in there. Because basically you should always have pet1, but if for some reason you don't, and you get to this screen, then it's not going to show that it's working. It'll show that it's not at work. Alright, so that is fine. So work is what? 3 or something? We got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so work is 3. We've got 1, 2, 3. We'll go to if variable value working, pet1 working equals 0, then we want to change it to working. So variable value set pet1 working equals 1, and then we want to grab our graphics of the work. We'll copy them, go here, paste them there, and then so what we'll do here is the opposite for the else statement. So copy this, paste it, change it to 0. There's a Komala in chat. And then we want to grab the work, or the no work graphics. So copy that. Oh, head over to this guy. So yeah, working, not working. And then in the update here, we want working to happen. So we're gonna actually have to do that in this, right? I guess we could do it on a timer. But we're gonna run out of timers pretty quickly because there's only 4 of them. Well, I guess we could do it in this calculate time script, right? Because this happens every second. So what we need to do then is if variable value, and we'll say if pet1 underscore working so we're going to need to increment a variable to track like a tick for working. So I don't think there is one. We've got the main int, which is what it's going to display, right? But we need a tick. So let's make a new variable. And since we're in a script, we can't rename it, so we're gonna find it here. Variable 31, rename it to working tick. We only need 1 working tick between all the pets because only, or no, I guess they would all be able to work at the same time then, wouldn't they? That's going to get confusing. So let's change that. Pet1 working tick. So we want to increment that. So if pet1 working equals 1, increment the working tick by 1. So how long should it be before you make any coinage, right? How many times should you be able to work before you're too tired, right? So we know that these are the time periods. And you only get 800 before 800 seconds before it's too, or before you're going to be tired. So how much money should you be able to make in that? Maybe just every 10? It should tick once, so maybe 100, right? So every time we do that, we increment by 1, and then we say if variable value, if working tick equals 10, then we want to set variable value back to 0, and then increment the work main, right? And then we need to set the values for the 10s and 1s. So here we'll do if variable value, if work main is less than 10, then variable value working tens equals 0. And then variable value working main is equal, oops, is equal to the main, wait, ones, wait, which one am I doing first? So ones then equals main because it's not over 10. But if it is over 10, Tatiana, hey, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. We are making a Game Boy game for the LowRez Jam, and it's a pet simulator. And there's not a whole lot going on so far. I can show you real quick. So yeah, there's our pet. We've got a cursor. Then I just made it so you can make it work or not. But working doesn't actually do anything yet. No, I missed Kamala. Yeah, you did. Sorry about that. I did say it. I did say it was in chat. Thanks for the hat, Indie Maniac. Appreciate that. Wait, what happened? It sent me back to this. That was weird. I didn't hit any buttons there. Oh, and now this is broken. Why did it send me back? It sent you back because it recognizes the chaos. Oh no. Did you turn me into Pyrotoad? Thank you. Tatiana says, I'm trying to learn to code recently. Oh, cool. Speaking of chaos, I'm back from chaos. Welcome back, Big Lumbee. Hopefully you didn't bring too much chaos with you. But Tatiana, are you learning to code a specific language or a specific engine or specific purpose, or what's your plan? I am a C# coder mostly. I've done a little bit of coding in this engine with what they call GBVM, but mostly this engine doesn't require coding. So I kind of take advantage of the events in it, and I don't know how to do like C or some of the low-level stuff that's required of the Game Boy. So Game Maker Studio 2. Oh, cool. Yeah, I played with Game Maker a while ago, like a long while ago. So I don't really remember any scripting for it, but I think it's similar to Lua, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I don't really know Lua very well either. But I wish you luck. I think making games is a fantastic, creative, endeavor. And I think the world needs more game devs, even though we've got a whole bunch. I think that it's a very good skill to have, and it teaches you a lot about life and just how things work, and also about, you know, how to get by in the, like, you know, just doing stuff, right? Because it's like it's an undertaking. Yeah, mostly watching tutorials on it. Cool. Is there a game that you want to make? Is there like a specific idea that you have that you're trying to create? I kind of want to just see what happens, why it kicks me out. The clock should move once it gets to a certain thing. See if the work tick is working. So it is, but it's just going back to 0 once it gets to 10. So I don't think that's the problem. OMG, did Abigail just say my message on screen? Yeah, that's your stream avatar. Yeah, that's Abigail, isn't it? That's hilarious. Yeah. That's funny too, because when I was last playing Stardew, I was let's just put it this way, I was able to enter Abigail's room when she wasn't home. That's how much she liked me. It doesn't seem to be kicking me out now. But also the tick stopped? Did it actually stop, or does it just think it stopped? Why did it stop? Is it being weird? Oh, it is being weird. I was like, why is it doing this? What's going on? Oh, and then it like jumps to it. Well, yeah, I do have a game idea. Cool. Yeah, sometimes like different engines work better for different ideas and stuff, right? Like obviously Game Maker Studio kind of lacks in 3D capabilities. I know people can do it, but it's pretty rare when it happens, and it's even harder to make the game like, you know, well polished when you do it that way. But yeah, Game Maker Studio is pretty robust. I've actually never played with Game Maker Studio, but I played with Game Maker before it was Game Maker Studio, so I'm a little bit older, I guess. Pixel indie games are nice to make in Game Maker. Yeah, it does a good job with that. Our clock updated to noon. Oh, our pet working tick was wrong. Well, that's weird. So if we go here and then go back, oh, it's working now. So basically we'll have to put that clock tick on each of these if we don't want time to stop. Although making time stop on these little info things isn't a bad idea, because if someone, like, you know, wants to pause the game, maybe a pause button would be good for select. Oh, select sends you to this. Maybe I sent myself back. That's probably what happened there. It wasn't the chaos at all. Oh, and it did update our work thing. but only to 9. And it didn't update it as it happened. Which is what you're trying to make cool. Are you a pixel artist as well, Tatiana? Titania? I'm saying your name wrong. Titania. But yeah, I love pixel art. I love games. Pixel art games are fantastic. I do 3D stuff too, to be honest, though. I went to school for 3D modeling, and yeah, when I graduated, there weren't a lot of jobs. I still do 3D stuff for work from time to time. Titania. Titania? Titania. Is that better? Titania? Sorry, I'm not the world's best at pronouncing names. It's the name of the fairy queen. I've never heard of this fairy queen. But yeah, if you have any art or anything that you wanted to share, you totally could. In mythology, that is the fairy queen's name. Cool, what kind of mythology? Is that like, was it Irish mythology that has fairies? I don't really know. Wait, Rick, is this a new game? What do you think, Indie Maniac? I mean, it's not like I'm a game dev maniac or something like that. It is, it's a new game, Indie Maniac. He caught me. I do have character art, but it's not pixel. Oh, cool. Well, if you have any art that you want to share with chat, feel free to. I am all about giving positive reinforcement and constructive criticism and that kind of stuff. But if you don't, that's fine too. But yeah, I like to promote others and you know, give people a chance to share their stuff. Mostly we have artists here, but we get a lot of game devs, we get a lot of just indie people, indie streamers, some retro streamers, retro devs, and musicians. We get all sorts in here. So I try to give people a chance. I'm shy to show live. I'm cool showing offline though. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine too. I do have a Discord, which of course, you know, there's a group, or you could message me personally or whatever. But yeah, if you're not comfortable sharing your art, I won't push that. That's fine. You just make a lot of games, Rick. It only seems that way because you haven't made any, Indie Maniac. I do want to show online sometime, but I have to build up the courage. No problem, no problem. I know how that is. I mean, how many games have you made this year, Indie Maniac? I mean, we're like over halfway through the year. I'd expect you to have made at least like, I don't know, one, maybe? I mean, what have you been doing all this time if you haven't made one game in 8 months, Indie Maniac? You are a creative guy, and that's inspirational because I don't often finish my projects. You just keep making more. So there's this thing, and I talked about it on my podcast with some other creators, where if you're planning to be a creator, you have to leave a wake of unfinished projects behind you. It's just, you know, that's just how it works. If you want to finish some things, you need to make things all the time. And if you make things all the time, you're not going to finish all of them. So don't feel bad about not finishing projects, but, you know, try to finish at least one from time to time. You know, it just happens sometimes that you don't finish it, sometimes you do. I'm just so confused with something in the code. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I wish I could help you with that. Honestly, I don't know anything about Game Maker Studio. I mean, I know a little bit about like engines in general, and I have like messed with Game Maker Studio, but I couldn't tell you about the code in particular. Yeah, what I would do, and this is kind of a general thought, is that if you're looking for like specific code, or if you're looking for a specific like way to do a mechanic in a game, look for multiple tutorials on the same subject. That way you can kind of figure out maybe people are doing it a little bit differently, or maybe one of them explains it a little bit better than the other, that kind of thing. Or you can just kind of poke around at Game Maker use GML, yeah. And from what I understand, GML is a lot like Lua in a lot of ways, but specific to Game Maker. Yeah. So I could probably read it, but I couldn't, you know, change it and tell you this is gonna work, you know what I mean? But yeah. Can I still type my problem in chat? Yeah, sure, absolutely. I don't think I'll be of much help, unfortunately. Is Game Maker better for 2D or 3D games? Game Maker is much better for 2D. It really can't even do 3D out of the box. Some people have really pushed the limitations and made it do 3D, but it's atypical. It's quite unlikely. You're way more likely to find a 2D game in Unreal than a 3D game in Game Maker. Well, Unreal does 2D, it just people don't realize it because it's like where people go. So kind of like Godot. No, Godot actually is a 3D engine as well. Game Maker Studio is not a 3D engine, but people have played with it enough to like force it into doing something that it's not supposed to do. Where Godot is like, there's a tutorial that's 3D. There's example projects that are 3D in Godot. Wait, really? I thought Godot was 2D. No, Godot has 3D purposes and 3D, you know, what's the word? Built-in functions, right? Built-in functionality for 3D. It can show you a 3D space, and you can move objects in 3D. But for me, it wasn't nearly as intuitive as Unity. I think that the 2D side is a little bit more intuitive in Godot, and in Unity, the 2D side isn't that intuitive. So yeah. So I make a dialog box pop up when pressing the right mouse button near a character, then spacebar to scroll through it, but whenever I press right mouse button again, the same dialog from message 1 loops on top of it and keeps stacking when pressing the right mouse button. Well, it sounds like it's doing what you told it to do, but it's not doing anything else. Right? So maybe you need to give it a conditional for when you can press the right mouse button. It sounds like right now the only conditional is when it's near the character, but maybe it needs to like not have that dialogue open as well. So maybe the first thing that happens when you open that dialogue is a variable, like a boolean, says like this dialogue is open, and then when you do the check, not only check to see if it's near the character, but check to see if that dialogue is open already as well. So that way it won't open again. And then when you close the dialogue, you can say this dialogue is closed now. So that way when you go back to the character, it opens again. That's what I'm thinking. But again, I'm just kind of reading what you wrote and just saying what comes to mind. Let me know if that's incorrect or won't work. So I'm trying to think the best way to update these numbers. I'm wondering if we just call a script that does it. I tried doing that, but since I'm a noob, it just crashes my game, and I've searched the community and there are no answers. So if it's crashing, it sounds like it's getting stuck in an infinite loop. So, not sure why it would do that, but that's what it sounds like to me. Usually when there's a crash, it's because it's trying to process something that's endless, and it either can't do it, or it's trying to do it and then it stops doing anything else because it's trying to do this thing over and over again. So what I usually do in that situation is like a step-by-step debugging. So if you can you do debug logs in your code where it like shows up in a console that you reached a certain line of code, then it says this debug log. That's typically what I do. Yeah, and I do want to learn it, but there are no videos of it online. I'm thinking that there probably are videos online. You may just need to like search with different keywords or something. Like search like, I don't know, dialogue system for Game Maker Studio. Oh, thank you for the follow. I very much appreciate that. So yeah, if you search for dialogue system Game Maker Studio and YouTube, you can probably find like a slew of different dialogue systems, and not all of them are probably going to be perfect for you. In fact, maybe none of them will be perfect for you, and there's like a lot, so it might be a little overwhelming, but you could probably find something that helps you by digging through it. And like I said, it might be a lot. It might take a while to like get the one that's right for you, but it sounds like it's an important system for your game. If it's like a story-based game, chances are you're gonna be iterating on this dialogue system for a while until you get it just right. A lot of times when people start a project that's like heavily based in dialogue, they usually already have a system in mind that they want to use. So don't get discouraged by how long it takes you to get just the dialogue just right. But if you want the whole game to go smoothly and it's a very dialogue driven game, you're probably going to want to spend a lot of time up front on the dialogue and just get that like tech overhead out of the way, so that way you don't end up having to like rewrite the entire game once you get it perfect, right? Because a lot of times the tendency is to just go, like just make it, and that's usually great advice. But when you have something that's like needs to be pinned down well and done right the first time, and then you're like, well, I'll change that later. A lot of times the what do they call that? The tech debt, the technical debt becomes so high that it's demotivating at the end, where you're like, oh, well, I have the whole game written, it's just the dialogue system doesn't work because of I need to like fix it, and I know how to fix it, but I need to go back and actually do that for each dialogue that occurs in the entire game. Like that can be this huge like thing that sometimes just never gets accomplished because it's a lot easier to just start a new project at that point. It works perfect. I just need to find a way to tell the system, hey, dialog box already exists, so stay quiet. Interesting. Yeah, for me, I would use a Boolean value for that, but yeah, maybe that might not be the best way for all of the dialogues. There's a Skyther in chat. That's one of my favorites. I think it might be my favorite. Yeah. So yeah, sorry if I'm not any help on the whole Game Maker Studio stuff. I wish I knew more about Game Maker Studio, but I just never sat down and learned it. Same with Godot. I just never like sat down and tried to learn it. I'm too quick in Unity to do that. I feel like it's a huge like stick in the mud when I could be like just making the game in Unity. I'm like, oh, I'm bogged down learning the basics again. Like it's really tough for me to do that. Part of the reason why I picked up GB Studio was because the basics were like so easy. What's a Boolean? So a Boolean is like a 1 or 0, and I don't think you need to assign that in Game Maker, but basically just use an integer as a 0 is false and a 1 is true, and I think that will be the same. But yeah, it's spelled a little different. It's spelled like that. So if you wanted to search it, that would be how you search. But yeah, it's just a yes or no, a 1 or 0. So like for instance, this pet working equals 1, that's a true value, right? If it was 0, that would be false. This is a Boolean for my game. And then when it's true, it starts ticking the work timer, which is this one down here. When it's false, it stops ticking that timer, and you change that value by doing this. So if we pull up working, you can see it's set to 1, and then if we turn it off and click back, it's set to 0. Stop it. So yeah, it's set to 0, it's off. I keep clicking the wrong button, and then I turn it off and it's 1 0 1 0 1. So that's what a Boolean is. So basically, if the dialog is already open, then you would set it to 1, and when it's closed, you would set it to 0. That way it knows which functionality to give it. My project is mostly just 3 rooms right now, as I'm first off trying to set up the systems, like music system, inventory system, dialogue system, etc. Well, that's very wise. That's a very good idea, because those things can be difficult. You can't hear you right now. Ad. Oh, sorry. Sorry about the ads. Work numbers. It will just copy this event. Add over. All right. So yeah, sorry about that. I was trying to snooze it, but then I lost track of the snoozes, and yeah. Anyways, what I was saying was that what you've done there, where you've just made 3 rooms for your 3 systems, that's actually very wise. So I think that's a great idea. Sometimes it's real easy to get carried away with doing just like, you know, random things like, oh, I want to make the first town, I want to make the first interactions, I want to make the first cutscene, I want to do all this. And then what happens almost always is that after you've done that, you realize that like there's other things that you need to do, and then when you do those other things, those first things that you did aren't as useful anymore, and sometimes they need to be redone completely or whatever. So yeah, plus my game will be a bit difficult to make. Well, that's probably not a good sign, but you're probably also like being honest to yourself about it, because the reality is that every game is difficult to make, like every single game. The smallest, easiest game that you could think of is still going to be difficult in some respect. There's still going to be, I mean, if it's a digital game, there's going to be some difficulties. That's not due to coding. So yeah, if you're already planning something that's going to be difficult, like for like in general, and it's your first game, then it's going to be very difficult. Just to give you a heads up, not trying to demotivate you. Sometimes a challenge is a good thing, so you know. But it's important to not get discouraged when it doesn't work out as quickly as you want, or the way that you want it to the first time, that kind of thing. So yeah. But I think that's cool. I hope you have lots of fun making it. I remember back when I first started making games, it was a struggle. There were no YouTube videos on games when I first started making games. I had books, and the books were outdated, and the software that I was using was outdated, and the language that I was using was about to become deprecated. Yeah, it was a difficult time for me. So I think we want that in this. Oh, this one. Books, are those like iPads or something? It's like an iPad, except you had to like turn the page physically. They were on little sheets of log. You can imagine if you had like a tree, but you cut it in pieces that were so thin that you could turn them like pages in an iPad. Point is, this game I'm planning to make is due to me not having resources to make my animation show, of which I already have 4 seasons planned. So I'm thinking a lot about what to put in my game and not to spoil anything major from the show, as that is the original thing I've been working on for over 1.5 years now. Very cool. So what resources are you lacking for your show? That's awesome. You know, honestly, if I weren't a game maker, I would be a cartoonist. When I was in high school, I started making cartoons, and when I got into college, I kind of like went the game route, and like I still planned on making cartoons, but I kind of slowed down to a grinding halt. And I actually really want to get back into making cartoons. I have a really cool idea, and if I could just stop making games, I would get back into making cartoons. But honestly, I'm kind of concerned about money these days, as messed up as that is. I don't have a real job at the moment. This is like what I'm doing, is making games and making games for people, and making art for people and stuff like that. Voice acting animators, like I can make character designs but not animations. Well, my brain goes to South Park. I know a lot of people are like, ugh, South Park, you know, but like they did a whole lot with very, very, very little. And I hear they're billionaires now, which is fucking crazy. But yeah, they used construction paper and just jostled it around in front of a camera. And they did their own voice acting. Indie Maniac says voice acting. You say, yeah, Indie Maniac is a voice actor in games. You can play games that feature their voice, and they're pretty good. And they've worked for free before. I'm not selling them for nothing, but I'm saying that they've worked for free before. I know a lot of voice actors too. Yeah, they do know a lot of voice actors. Yeah, but I've been stuck over 1.5 years having only PNGs is really demotivating. Well, I know learning to animate is tough because I went to school for animation, but it's not impossible. You can do it. All the tools and stuff are easier to access than they've ever been before. You know, I mean, depending on your art style and what you're planning, like sometimes it's, you know, I don't know, it's easier to change the art style to fit your abilities. but I could see why if you're like really into making it just what you want, then it might be better to let a professional handle it. But yeah, it's one of those things. But yeah, I hope it goes well. Another thing, I mean, you could make your point is I make my characters with the line tool in paint.net. Yeah. Oh, right on. Well, I'm not sure exactly like if you're trying to say that they're like simple or conceptual, or if you're saying you do really fantastic stuff with the line tool in paint.net. I mean, anything is possible. But a lot of times what people will do is they'll do like a manga, right? Where it's like a comic strip of the animation. So you don't actually have to animate it. You could just like say, like, just get enough information across to tell the story, right? And then once you've got people involved in the story paying attention, you know, you could do like a crowdfund or something like that and get some money together for actual animators or bigger artists, or, you know, writers, or, you know, expand the team, you know. But yeah, it's up to you, of course. But that's very exciting. I'm glad that we met. I'm always interested in meeting more artists and cartoonists and video game makers, and the fact that you do all three is pretty cool. But yeah, I love voice acting. I think that everyone should like do some voice acting. So I like for someone to say that they don't have voice actors, like I would just give it a go, you know, like just try it yourself. It can be a lot more rewarding than you expect, and also like it doesn't have to be perfect, right? And then if it's just like placeholder voiceover, like, then, you know, you don't even have to like feel bad about it not being perfect, right? That's why I want to make a game first. I think this is something I can do, and once I get more resources, then I could start the dream project. Right on, right on. Yeah, I mean, making games is more accessible than it's ever been before, that's for sure. It can be a source of revenue. It's not highly likely, but it can. So yeah, but it's a fun thing to learn, a fun thing to do with your time, and it is very creative. Did I make an else statement? I did. Okay, so if it's not lower than 10, so that would be greater than 10, but I don't know, let's just, I don't know what I'm doing. Paste it, and then if it's equal to 10, then we want to increment the work ends int, and then math oh wait I don't know what I'm doing with that. Plus I want to make a nice deep story game. Cool. Yeah, you know, narrative games they do pretty well these days, so. Oh, there's a swoobat in chat. Yeah, like I was a bit disappointed in Stardew. Oh, really? I love Stardew. But yeah, I wasn't really looking for a story, and it's not really a narrative driven game. It's kind of like a Cypher type thing where you're like anybody, right? You can be anybody when you start, and there's like, oh, here's a story that fits anybody. And then it's like, here's some players that treat you like they would treat anybody, basically. Or some characters, right? All the characters just try to kind of treat you like, oh, you're that person that moved here, and I don't really know you, so therefore I don't have much to say unless you've given me some gifts. And then you kind of like makes the story through cutscenes that you experience or don't experience. So yeah, it's not really a story-driven game. The amount of story that's in it isn't bad, but it's definitely not like they were like, oh, we're going to make a story game, you know? Don't get me wrong, I like the game, but if you add dating and stuff like that, at least put some stuff in there. Once you date a character, there is just silence until you marry them. Yeah, I think there was a few cutscenes, right? Like, because I played, I don't know if I was dating Abigail, but I played video games with her. One cutscene. Oh, okay. So yeah, that is kind of not a lot, but at the same time, there's a lot of characters, and it seemed like it was kind of a tacked on idea. Like, the game isn't about romancing characters, it's about farming. The fact that you can romance characters is cool, and Emily even calls you a friend when you are dating her. Well, when you're a boyfriend or a girlfriend, you are a friend still, right? I won't defend this game too much. I think, you know, it gets put under a magnifying glass because of how successful it was. But in reality, it was a small game made by a small person who put way more time than most people do into a game, and it still missed the mark by a lot. He literally had to hire people to remake some of the art that he made, you know? Not just the art, but like the coding, some of the production stuff. You know, the game wasn't even multiplayer before he hired on other people, you know? I love the game, but ooh, don't get me started on the fight mechanics. Yeah, the fight mechanics weren't so great either. I mean, it was one of my favorite parts of the game, like going down into the mines. But yeah, it was very much just kind of like, here's some mechanics thrown together, and let's make it work kind of thing. However, I will say that going into game making, like when you're first starting out, because I was there at one point, it's really easy to be like, oh, this game, I could do it so much better. And then you try it and it's like a lot harder than you expect. And then, you know, you can come up with excuses and say like, oh, well, they had a team, or they had funding, or they had more time, they didn't have this and that holding them back, or, you know, they didn't have to worry about this and that I do, or whatever. But the reality is that like every single game is going to be made under a different circumstance, and you just kind of have to do the best you can with it. And it's impossible to see the circumstances that each game was made under, so no one will fully understand why it came out the way it came out, except for you. So I don't know, there's a lot to unpack with all of that. I think with games in general, it's a learning process, you know. Game design is a learning process, game development's a learning process, testing games is a learning process. I mean, the whole thing is like, you know, learning one thing after the other. There's psychology in it, like a lot of psychology, like a lot more psychology than anyone would think is in games. I mean, people don't buy it unless they have thoughts that tell them to buy it. Right there, the marketing of the game is psychological as well. they won't play it for more than 5 minutes unless they have something inside them telling them to play it for more than 5 minutes. That's psychological as well. You know, the first thing the player does is, you know, you'd like to think that it's up to the designer, but it's not. It's up to the player. So have fun guiding them to do what you want them to do right when they pick up the game, because half the time, well, maybe not half the time, some of the time they'll pick it up and break the game before you even realize that they don't know what they're doing. Big message warning. I appreciate that. Like if two serpents charges towards you, I first go to hit the one on the north, then I need to turn to the south and hit the one on the south. Now there isn't enough time to turn and then hit, so you have to turn and hit at the same time, but doing that will result in your character not turning and hitting the north again, and you get killed due to the mechanic. Oh geez. Yeah, that sounds rough. Yeah, it sounds like they weren't expecting that, like, that much action when they coded the gameplay. And then they added that much action, and then the, you know, the player controller can't handle it, kind of thing. And then because it's like an edge case, people are just like, well, it's just an edge case, so, you know, like, whatever. So this one will be, one of them will be fine. 10s will be fine, but then the ones needs to be done the other way. How is this one done? I need to like subtract 10 and then add 10 back. Oh no, I see what I need to do. So we need to set this one to be not that. Variable A equals true. Why is that even there? So yeah, that will be that minus 10. So we'll do math. Oh, that's why that was there. So then we do work ones. Wait, what is modulus? What is modulus? What does that even mean? Sometimes there are even 4 serpents charging at you from all sides. Yeah, that sounds rough. In mathematics, modulus can refer to different concepts, most commonly the absolute value of a number or the remainder division, also known as the modulo operation. I think this is what I need. So if you have variable coins of a value of 99 and you use coins percent 10, the result would be 9. This is because 10 goes into 999 times with a remainder of 9. Oh, so it gets the remainder. I don't think that's what I want. We're just going to subtract a value of 10. And then that should work. Of course, it only works for 10. We'd have to do it all the way up to 9 or 90. But we can You can copy this, paste it. So now if it's equal to 20, then we would replace this with a math function, so we don't have to do that later. Math. Have you played Terraria? I haven't. I've seen people play it, and I've looked at it, but I haven't actually played it. But I've played this game called Terrain that one of my friends made, and it's very similar. Let me see if I can find a link to that. So yeah, there's a link for Terrain, and it's like a 2D No Man's Sky type game. If you like Terraria, you might like Terrain. It's quite a bit different. It doesn't have a lot of the features and stuff because it's like a single person dev, and it never blew up. It's not a hit. Doesn't have like over a decade of development into it, but it's definitely a good game. I've played quite a bit of it. My friend made it in Game Maker. It's a lovely game. I have over 400 hours, and that's a lot of hours for me. I just hit over 300 in Helldivers 2, and I was like, man, I play a lot of this game. But then I was looking at all of the people I was playing with tonight, and they were all much higher level than me, which means that they all spent more time playing the game than me. I'm just like, maybe I don't need to play as much as them. Maybe I don't need to be level 120 or whatever. I can be happy with my level 85 while the others are like 10 or more. Hehehe, hell, just saying my game plays out in hell. Oh, interesting. Oh wow, it's already 3 AM here? Jeez, what the hell happened to time? That went by super quick. Probably because I had a late start. So this one we want, was it work? Pens. Add the value of 2. And then instead of this, we want to subtract 20. And that should be good. $30, $3, and $30. You got Discord? Yeah. This is the link to my server, but yeah, I'm not really sure how to add you without you being in the server. I probably have to make a new account then. Oh. Well, my name is the same in Discord if you want to search for me that way. Oh, there's a Yamask in chat. I was just like staring at it like, what is a Yamask? Like, I never used Discord, so my last account I probably deleted. Oh. I use Discord a lot. A lot, a lot, a lot. In fact, I'm always at my maximum number of servers because I'm not Nitro, and they only let you have 100. I'm probably getting close to 100 friends even. I have friends that I could get rid of for sure though, because like back when I was first using it, people added people that they barely knew, and now it's like, oh, you only get 100 friends. Yeah, I tend not to use any social media besides YouTube and Twitch. I use Blue Sky and I still use Twitter. I don't use those as much anymore, but I like Blue Sky. It just, I don't know, it's not as feature full as old Twitter was, but I don't like Twitter anymore because it's become, I don't know, crappy. Ever since Elon Musk made it shit, it's been getting worse and worse. YouTube I don't really use that much. I stream there, like I restream, like this stream is on YouTube right now as well. And then every once in a while I'll post like shorts, and I'll put like game trailers on there and stuff like that. But other than that, I don't really use YouTube all that much. Like I don't really make friends on YouTube. I usually make friends on Twitch or Discord. But yeah, Discord I don't really, I mean it's like social media, but I don't really treat it as social media. I feel like there's a lot more wiggle room in how you can treat Discord, how you can let it affect you and stuff like that. But I use it as like a chat room. I just don't use socials due to it being bad for mental health. Well, that's, you know, important to watch your mental health. I don't think social media is necessarily bad for your mental health, but it can be, right? And like it can easily get out of control, and that's bad for your mental health. But I think that social media is just another form of media, to be honest, right? I think all media is social to an extent. I think that even just painting a painting is a social behavior. When you make something and put it into the world, you're not necessarily making it just for yourself. Usually you're either making a statement or you're trying to make an impact on other people. And like there is a communication that occurs. Like it's a dialogue between the artist and the viewer. I mean, just look at the mental illnesses since the start of the internet. Trust me, it's skyrocketed. I don't believe that. I don't think that's true. I think that the increase of mental illness that we've seen is actually due to the fact of people recognizing mental illness. When I was a kid, they didn't. They just straight up didn't. And now it's, you know, apparent that I'm dyslexic, and you know, it took me a while before I was diagnosed with depression or anything like that, and that's because I got in trouble. And it wasn't until I got in trouble that they started to say, oh, well, he might have a problem. He might have some type of mental disability or something. And that's when I started to see doctors that said, oh yeah, we want to give this kid pills. He's got issues. So they even went out of their way to say I had more issues than I did, just so they could give me, or try to give me more pills. I didn't take the pills, so at least for the most part. But yeah, I do think that there is a lot of mental illness today. I think a lot of it is actually just due to the fact that we weren't acknowledging it for all of history prior. Like, it's kind of crazy to me now to think about how like prominent autism is in our culture today, where even just 10 years ago it wasn't something that was like readily talked about, like on the norm, you know? Yeah, I just think different about that topic. Different opinions are okay. Yeah, no, I agree. It's like, it's okay to feel differently about things. I'm not trying to push my way of thinking here. But yeah, I think so the way I look at social media is that it's just the next evolution of being social, right? There was always negative things that came with social activities, and putting them on the internet doesn't make it any easier or better, but it doesn't make things that much worse either. I mean, maybe in some circumstances it does, where it's like you've got internet trolls and people pretending to be other people, and all the, you know, all the tech stuff that comes with it being technical. But, you know, if you think about just like gossip, for example, gossip can really mess with people, right? It can lower your self-esteem, can make people want to kill themselves. It can, like, you know, provide pretty much all of the mental illnesses or the mental health issues that we have today that you can get from social media could happen from gossip. And gossip's been around since like the beginning of time. I mean, my family can't even eat dinner without being on their phones. Like, they go crazy with that. Yeah, that is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a generational thing, but it's also like just a personal idea of how to be, right? Like, personally, I grew up before cell phones were big, right? I didn't have a cell phone until I was like a senior in high school, and it wasn't because like my family was poor. It was because people didn't have cell phones in high school when I was in high school. That's just not how we rolled. The only people who had cell phones, but when I was in like junior high, were people that were like really big in the business world and actually needed them, or like you had the family cell phone that you were allowed to take with you if you went places, right? But now it's like it's a computer, you know? So yeah, I pull mine out all the time. But if I'm in a group, I don't do that. And if I'm at dinner, I don't do that. You know, if I'm on a date or something, I don't do that. Like, I pretty much only pull out my phone if I like got a message, need to do something on it, or if everyone else around me has pulled out their phone and we're all waiting for something, right? And I pretty much wait until everyone else has done this until I feel comfortable pulling my phone out, because I don't want to be disrespectful and say like whatever is going on my phone is more important than the people around me. Because yeah, I just feel like that's disrespectful, but also like it's a personal idea of what is respectful and what's not respectful. You know, if you spend, you know, every waking moment with person and they go on their phone half the time, like that's not the end of the world because you spend all the time with them, you know. But if you like never see a person and then you go and hang out with them and then they're on their phone the whole time and then you never see that person again for another year or so, like that would be kind of a crappy thing to do, you know, kind of disrespectful, right? I don't know. But yeah, I think, like I said, it's like everyone's got different ideas about that stuff. What's, you know, normal or acceptable or respectable. I feel like there's a better way of doing what I'm doing here, but this should work. Made me commander. Yeah, you did. India turned me into a Pyrotoad, which is a game that I'm making. It's actually almost done. I'm making the art, and Johnny Manjiro is doing the game design for it. And we just put the credits in the other day, and we're like ready to start testing again. We did our first round of testing, and then we made a whole bunch of changes, and then we fixed a bunch of things and put a bunch more polish on things. And that game is almost done. But it's been about 9 months or so. I want to say that I've been working on it, probably 10 for Johnny at this point, because he was working on it a month or so longer. Not really sure of the exact numbers on that. I don't think I started until October of last year. The H key on my keyboard is held together by tape. Oh no! Time to get a backup. Yeah, my keyboard is so old that a lot of the letters are missing. It's actually not that old. I've just used it that much. Well, I can't do that as my it's my Chromebook keyboard. Yeah, like my laptop keyboard is like not easy to read. But I do have a backup. I'll just like plug in if I need. But yeah, there's an ad starting in a minute here. I can't snooze it anymore. So sorry for that. I'll take a break during the ad though. But hopefully this works. We'll never go above that, so... Oh wait, I did this wrong. If working tick... Oh wait, yeah, no, I did that right. Okay. Increment by that. So what we need is another one. So, oh, I was gonna take a break. We'll take a little break here. OBS, where'd you go? Alright, we'll be right back. Okay, we're back from the ad break. Thank you for waiting. Sorry for that. Alright, so yeah, we're incrementing the pet1 work main int by 1, but we don't want to do that just yet. We want to check to see if variable value is less than 99. Because we don't want it to go over 99. And that variable is work main So if work main is less than 99, increment work main. And the rest of this is just updating the numbers. So let's test this out. This should work. Work, get it? There is a Cricketot in chat. Alright, let's see here. We'll pick up our pets. We'll go into this thing and we'll hit, oh, the wrong button. We want to go down to this one and hit the button there. So now we go to work. Look, it's increasing. Like there was a little stone under the H key, so I couldn't press down anymore. So I removed the key to remove the little stone, only to realize that, well, the key on Chromebooks are glued down, not clicked into place. So, well, I couldn't put it back in. Ah, that sucks. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you on that. I only used a Chromebook once at work. It was a work computer that we used to clock in and clock out of. And I remember I tried to play Retro Spaceball on it, and it did not like it. It was like, nope, we're not gonna do this. Which to me was funny because Retro Spaceball was like, worked on anything, I thought, you know. I've added some things since then, so it's not as optimized now. But back then it was like bare bones. Yep, so Tape is my friend right now. Jeez. Well, I hope that you get a replacement computer at some point. I know mine is ready for replacement. It's from 2019, so it's seen better days. So it stopped at 60. Not sure why. We've got our work tick. It's the 10s is at 6. The 1s is at 0. Our main is at 38. Why did it go to 60 when we're at 38? Well, now we're at 40. Oh, and now it's at 0. Oh, and it changed color on us too. Well, that's really weird. It's not working how I'd expected it to. Let's set this back to 10. It's not updating at all anymore. I do have a PC, but whenever I lay in bed, I use my Chromebook. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Seagoat, welcome in. Got the lurk going. Well, I appreciate that. Everyone should check out Seagoat. They do pixel art. Oh, you got a new profile picture. Looks great. They do pixel art for games, and they're a very cool person. They have a cool chat. Hey, it updated to 20 now. But it's a black 220. That's real weird. This is at 12, which is weird. It shouldn't get past 9. Hold on, let's set this back to 0. So every 10 seconds it increments. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I haven't really thought about this. Like, when it goes to 10, is that when it gives you a coin? Kixie, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. Considering it stops counting after 10. Hi. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Kixie. I hope you had a fun stream today. It was fun to watch. That game, Paper Clay, looks so cool. By the way, everyone should check out Kixie if they haven't yet. They are a fantastic indie game streamer. And they do Steam shopping, which is a lot of fun. And they stream on Saturdays. So you missed it earlier, but it was a fantastic stream. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely. Hope you're well. I am. I hope you're well too, Kixie. I had a nice little vacation. Got to see some desert. It's been a while. I missed the desert. I love the desert. Desert's so cool. That is wonderful. Yeah, it was a nice little vacation. Didn't really do much, just like played a lot of Helldivers. But that's what my friend wanted to do. And thank you for the kind words. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you had a really fun stream today. I hope that you enjoyed it. Paper Clay is really neat, yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it looked like you were having fun. When you had the bunny party in the tree, it's like, clearly she's loving this game. Like, you know, like, no question about how much enjoyment you were getting from the game. I did enjoy it. Yay! Yeah. I thought it was cute. Particularly the bunny party in the tree. I thought that was great. That's the type of gaming experience I live to see. Like, because I do that kind of stuff too, right? Sometimes I make my own fun and forget to do the task. Yeah. What are some nice indie games to stream? Well, Kixie knows her indie games. She's probably gonna ask you what kind of genre you're into, but she knows all the games, pretty much. But yeah, depends on what you like, see? Well, it depends on what kind of genre you're interested in. Kixie plays a lot of roguelites, so if you're interested in roguelites, she is like the roguelite queen. She plays a lot of different types of roguelite games. The deep story. Gotta stream stuff you enjoy. Very important. That is very important. Absolutely. Kixie, what story-driven games, what kind of narrative games do you like? I think you were saying Cloudpunk had a little bit of narrative, but also that had kind of mature themes. Trying to remember other ones that you had brought up. So you might like the visual novel types, or oh, Citizen Sleeper. That's right, you have mentioned that one before. I don't really remember much about it. Because I did think about starting to stream sometime, but setting everything up is a bit troubled. It is, yeah. That's part of the reason why I moved to VTubing as like a pixel tuber, because it's just so much easier than dealing with the lights and the camera and you know, I would be like really into it and be like, oh, I'm gonna stream, and then all of a sudden I get like a big zit on my nose and I'd be like, you know what, I don't really want to stream today. I would do PNG too. Yeah, it makes it so much easier when you don't have to worry about like, oh, I have to like wash my hair before I can stream. Like, I can stream and no one knows how greasy my hair is. I mean, it's clean, but you know. It is intimidating, but just use tutorials and try to make a little progress every day. That is great advice, Kixie. A little bit of progress every day. Oh, look at this. It put the clock in the tens position. And it stopped at 99. Look at that. But this got all the way to 45. It should not ever be at 45. Which is weird. So we've done something wrong here. This one should be fine. Instead of incrementing it by 1, we should just set it to be what it is. Oops, work hens is 1. Two. Oh wait, I see what was going on. It's incrementing it by 3 instead of incrementing it by 1. Yeah, okay, I see what we did wrong there. I do have some bio stuff and stream element stuff, but I think choosing a game to play depends on what you want to do. I really just want to play what I like. This is good because if you're having fun, it will make the stream better. Yeah, that's such good advice. I mean, it can be fun to like try to have fun when you're not having fun too, but it's going to be more fun if you're actually having fun. Like for instance, when I'm doing game dev stuff, like I love game dev, like all of its aspects, but like, you know, debugging a bug that doesn't want to be debugged can be very frustrating and very difficult and not a lot of fun. And people usually don't want to see that, but as long as you like spin it, then it's not so bad. Like first of all, you have to like not actually pull your hair out, right? Because it's just a bug, it'll get fixed, you know, like you can't like have a panic attack over it on stream, right? No one really wants to see that. You don't want to have a meltdown because of a bug, you know? But at the same time, like if you kind of like act like you're, you know, either having fun or having a terrible time, like in a way that's like funny, then like people can still enjoy it, you know? But yeah, it's like a whole thing, right? It's like the people who play those like getting over it type games, like you have to enjoy failure to a degree, right? I mean, if you like, you know, threw your controller at the wall every time you died in one of those games, like, yeah, maybe some people might enjoy that, but like you're gonna go through controllers really fast, and like the mental, you know, aspect of it is like not worth it in the end. I have made a custom command with stream elements. Cool. Once you start doing the things, they get less intimidating. Yeah. Now, Kixie's a great example because she just started streaming last year, around July last year. So she's been streaming just over a year, and she's grown like crazy. Like, she's grown faster than I've ever seen any streamer grow before. And I've seen quite a few streamers. I mean, I'm sure that there's other streamers that have grown faster, but and Kixie's been doing it just once a week, but she's been very good about doing it at the same time, the same day, every week. I don't even think you've missed a stream, which is hard to do. That means every Saturday you've put aside time for this and like probably rescheduled your life in numerous occasions to say, Yeah, you haven't missed a week. Yeah, like you've probably had to say, oh, I can't do it that day because I've got something else going on. And that's what it takes to, you know, to be that consistent. But consistency is like a really good factor, I think. But also, Kixie does really good content. She's a very personable person. She's enjoyable to chat with, and she's fun to watch when she plays games. She does a lot of variety within one single stream. She does a lot of variety throughout all of her streams, where sometimes she will play the same game more than once, but usually that's not the case. And when it is the case, there's typically some time between, or at the very least, there's a whole segment where she does window shopping and talks about all these other games. The command is, I just noticed I swear a lot, so I made a counter that counts my swear words, and at the end of the stream, I could see how disappointed I should be in myself. Oh, jeez. Oh, that counter is funny. I haven't tried a counter yet. Good idea. Yeah, that is cool. How does it know when you swear? Or do you have to, like, increment it by yourself? Thank you so much for your kind words. Absolutely, Kixie. Thanks for coming to my stream. Manually implement. Okay, okay. So then you kind of have to, like, put a quarter in your own swear jar then, huh? That's cool, though. You could definitely, like, you know, put something on the screen. You know, like, let people know what's going on. Maybe, like, do, like, a little animation or something. I believe it's add swear. Right on, cool. Yeah, like the command stuff is a lot of fun. Like when I first started streaming, I had no idea. I literally didn't know what commands were. Like, not that I couldn't figure them out or anything like that, but like I had never heard of them. I didn't know they were a thing. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what redeems were. I knew what emotes were, but I didn't know how to read them or to use them. I was just confused. I was like, can't we just use emojis? Like, what's with all these other emotes that I don't understand? I was such a noob. But that was like 8 years ago, 7 years ago. I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. I've lost track. I'm sorry I'm so late. I was checking for your stream for a bit, then got enveloped in after stream stuff. Oh, no worries. Yeah, so I was going to do Pirates with Indiana Crones, but he canceled. And then, like, right as I was about to hit the button to go live around 10 or so, my friend called me and wanted to hell dive. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I kind of do want to hell dive. So I did that for like another hour or so, or a couple hours, and then at midnight my time, I was like, all right, I'm gonna hit the button. So yeah, don't feel bad, but I definitely appreciate you being here, Kixie. Yeah, I miss streaming. I miss all the conversations that I had with everyone, because like that whole week that I wasn't streaming, it just felt like a chunk of my life was missing. You know what I mean? Because I like spend almost every day on stream chatting with people, and like all of a sudden I was just like talking to one person and his couple of friends, and like it's just like, oh yeah, I kind of want to like go and use Twitch, and then like for the few times that I used it, Matt made me feel like kind of uncomfortable about it. He's like, well, not like really uncomfortable. He's not like, oh, you shouldn't do that, but it was like this vibe of like, oh, that's weird that you did that, that you're watching Twitch right now, because I never watch Twitch, and Twitch is weird to me, and people who watch Twitch is weird. I was just like, yeah, well, that's what I'm doing for the time being. So, but you know, just let me be for a second. Somehow my mic is muted, yet I can hear it, but then in OBS or other apps, it is quiet. That is weird. Yeah, but now my mic is being a pain and refuses to work. I only use a headset mic. Settings in OBS, maybe. Somehow my mic is muted, yet I can hear it, but then in OBS or other apps, it is quiet. Like quiet, like low volume, or like it's not heard at all. Also, like the type of mic is going to depend. Like I have a Blue Yeti, and it has a mute button on it, but it's kind of loud. Like if I hit the button, you probably hear, right? You hear that popping and clicking? That's me hitting the button. So it's like not the world's greatest mute button because it's on the microphone itself. It's kind of a dumb spot for it, right? Nah, like it's muted. Okay. So are you muting it in your software, or are you muting it with the hardware? Is my next question, right? Because like I just showed you my mic, you can mute it on the hardware, or I could go and mute it in OBS, or I could, you know, switch it on your audio device stuff, right? You can change your recording device, or yeah, right? Microphone settings, all that stuff. But yeah, I need to finish what I was doing here. This one should be 5. This one's 7. Eight. And 9. Alright, so now it should hopefully work. I don't know, but my PC is also getting quite old. Yeah, it happens fast. They only last like 4 years or so, and then it's like, oh, time to get a new one. Maybe, I don't know. I think mine's 5 years old. Alright, so when we hit this button and we type work into here, or actually, oh wait, yeah, we do need to type work in here. Alright, so we've got our 10s, our 1s, our working tick, and our working main. But it's incrementing every 7 or every 10 ticks, it's incrementing our working main, and this is working too. But now that's working. So it went to 10. Now it's at 11 though. 12. We're still only getting 1 0 for 1s. That's weird. This is like 7 years, a 7-year-old Chromebook? Oh wow, yeah. It sounds like you might be due for a new computer. Of course, that's an expense. But yeah, hopefully it was decent when you got it. No, not the Chromebook. Oh, okay. It's an actual PC, so like a desktop. Because Chromebooks are PC in terms of PC or Mac. But I see what you're saying. Yeah. My desktop is a little bit older. It's probably about the same age as yours. I think it's like a 2018 desktop. And it's barely holding on. It's still decent. Like I can run Arc on high settings, no lag. Oh, that is decent. Can you stream that though? Because that's like a whole nother thing. Like my computer can handle games, but when I try to stream them, it can't. All of a sudden, it's like no, can't do that. I see what's happening. It's only doing it after 90. It's equal to 90 or greater than, or less than. No, greater than? It'd need to be equal to like a range to do what I want it to do. I can, but when I combine it with the PNG tuber, the PNG lags, not the game. Oh, right on. Yeah, that's kind of the same boat I'm in. Like, things start to just lag. Although, for me, the game's usually what lags. But I'm on a laptop, so that could have something to do with it. But my laptop has a better graphics card than my desktop, so, yeah. I think that's what I need to do, is make it, like, if it's in between these. So, like, if it's greater than 10, but then also less than 20, then it needs to do all of this stuff. This one greater than, we'll copy it now, and then we'll say, oh wait, we want it less than. Then we'll throw that there, put this stuff in there. And then this one gets greater than 30. And then we throw this one here and change it to 40. And throw everything inside there. Oh, it needs to be greater than or equal to. I screwed that up. Wait, work 10s equals 10s plus 5. No, we don't need that. I thought we got rid of that. There's a wild Blitzel in chat. Pokey Catch Ultra Ball. I don't know what a Blitzel is. I'm gonna try to catch it. Like, the PNG blinks, but instead of opening her eyes again, they stay closed for 10 seconds. Ah, yeah. Gotta take those little 10-second naps when you can, you know? greater than or equal to 60 or less than 70. Greater than or equal to 70 or less than 80. Greater than or equal to 80. Less than 90. Greater than or equal to 90. Yeah, so I think I got this to work now, but I still haven't really thought enough about it. I need to like figure out how we're gonna give you coins. Because having it go to 99 seems like it could take a while. Let's see if it works though. Maybe we could give it like a number or like a level, and then like based on the level. So we turn on work. And we got a work point. 2 work points. 3 work points. 4. I'd love to be part of the streaming community if that's okay, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we've got to add. Ad is over. Okay. You said I'd love to be part of this streaming community if that's okay, of course. And yeah, absolutely. Love to have more people part of the streaming community. Either like the streaming community of people that I hang out with is cool, or just in general on Twitch. We're always grateful for more streamers. But yeah, the streamers that I hang out with on Twitch are all very cool to each other. Everyone's very nice to each other. Everyone's very supportive. Kixie's a big part of that. Infinite Metal, the Indie Maniac who was here earlier, they're part of that. Taco, who was here earlier, is awesome for that as well. I'm a very open-minded person. Nice, yeah, I think that's important. You know, I don't think it's like 100% necessary for streamers, but I feel like you're gonna have a better time if you're open-minded. Taco Crib says, I have been summoned. Yeah, I was just saying how cool it is that you're part of our little streamer friend community here. Yeah. And Titania is interested in becoming a streamer. Yeah, Taco Crib actually makes PNG tubers and GIF tubers and stuff. Hi, but just so you know, I have a different streaming account. Right on. So I think I got this working now, so that's cool. If you need some stuff just to get started, I actually have a bunch of free streaming assets on my Ko-Fi. Oh, that's right, you have a bunch of emotes and stuff, and really good looking emotes too. Taco Crib, you've been killing it on Twitter, by the way. I'll see your post and it'll have like over 1,000 likes, and I'm just like, that is so cool. I don't think I've ever gotten over 1,000. I think I've gotten to like 500 or something, but that's probably my max, and that was back when Twitter was like at its prime. Getting 1,000 likes on Twitter today is like getting like 10 on the old days. So awesome work, Taco. Yeah, it's been a crazy past week though. That WinRAR mimic graphic often gets a lot of likes whenever I repost it. Yeah, I saw that one. That was a good one. The mimic icons is such a good idea. Yeah, you're really good at that, like coming up with an idea that, like, you know, captures the hearts of everyone. I'm not good at that. I can come up with something that I'm happy to draw, but it's not usually something that everyone gets behind. It's hard for me to think on like a meme level, or even just like a social level, or like a popularity level. Like, it's hard for me to think about that stuff. For the longest time I was like anti-pop, you know, like anything that was popular I was just like hard against. I've gotten better about that. In fact, I listen to pop music now sometimes. Wait, I remember I made a Discord account some time ago that is linked to that Twitch account. I could join with that account. Join the Discord or join Twitch? I'm confused, but yeah, whatever you need to do. I like jumping to one thing to another, which makes it hard for me to get big projects done, to be honest. Well, don't feel too bad, you know? Like I mentioned earlier in the stream, join the Discord, I mean. Oh yeah, yeah, there's the link for it is in my links. Or there's that one. But yeah, there are quite a few streamers in the Discord, but there's also a lot of artists and game devs and stuff and music makers and stuff. A little bit of everything in there. But I'd be happy to have you, for sure. But yeah, Taco Crib, just like I was mentioning earlier, don't feel bad about not finishing things. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good to finish things, and you should finish things. But when you're a creator, you're gonna leave a wake of unfinished projects behind you, and that's just how it is, right? You're gonna be better as a creator if you do leave a wake of unfinished projects behind you. I mean, granted, you still need to finish some things, but you don't need to finish every single thing that you work on. If you create all the time, you're going to create things that you don't finish. You're going to create new projects, and new projects after that, new projects, because that's a big part of creating things. Don't get me wrong, finishing things is a big part too, but it's a whole different skill and uses a whole different part of the brain, and, you know, different chemicals in your brain when you're starting a new project and when you're finishing a project. They're very different things. So, you know, allow yourself the freedom to create, even when you're like pinned against a project and you're like, oh, I just need to get this thing done and I don't even want to do it. You know, like, just do something new, you know, get back into the swing of things. Yeah, you're right. I eventually come back to my work in progress anyway. Yeah, exactly. And that's a good way to do it. You know, you don't need to have something finished just because you started it and, like, you know. Wait, what's it doing? It's stuck at 99, but it never changed to 90. It's at 89. Did we fuck something up? Where's my swear jar? Oh, we did fuck something up. This needs to be less than 100. And this one, yeah. So yeah, it never got past 89 because it was like, but we're not less than 30. I guess this should be 99. Because you never get to 100. I joined. Cool! Awesome! Glad to have you. Thank you so much. And, yeah, we'll give you a wave. But yeah, now I'll be able to keep track of you. In fact, I'm gonna make a little note on your profile. Oh, it won't let me do it because I'm in whatever streamer mode, but I'll do it later. But yeah, thanks for joining. I appreciate you. Glad that you dropped into the stream. We do have another Game Maker dev in the Discord as well. Well, a couple actually. Trying to look through my members here and see. Yeah, I think. Or no, he's a Unity dev. I don't know. I don't think Just Wall's in my Discord. Oh, yep, there they are. Yeah, they worked on that game Terrain. They would be helpful as a resource for sure. And then Scalt also does some Game Maker Studio. But yeah, that is a very cool PNG tuber. Did you draw that yourself? That looks awesome, by the way. Based on myself, very cool. It's my OC, awesome. So I kind of want to make a way to get money before we end the stream, because it's already like 4 in the morning here. My goal was like to not ruin my sleep schedule by staying up for like 20 hours, and now I'm already ruining it again. So I pulled an all-nighter when I was working on her. Oh, cool. Well, it paid off. Nice work. Yeah, the other day I woke up in Arizona and I was like, oh, I gotta start packing, time to drive to Oklahoma. And then I drove all the way out here. It was like a 15-hour drive, and then I got here at like 7 a.m. the next day, right? And I just stayed up until like I took a little nap. Like I think I slept for like a couple hours on and off while I was watching something on Netflix, and then I started streaming at like, I don't even know, 6 or 7 or something like that, and then streamed until it was like midnight or something like that, and I was like, oh, I should go to bed now so I don't like ruin my sleep schedule that I'm trying to fix. And then I woke up at like 1, so I slept for like, I don't even know, 12 hours or something like that. Relatable, Elmio. There's a Spinnerock in chat. I don't know how much longer we got to catch it. So I feel like if we're going to like do a leveling system for the money, it might be good to just put it in another script and call that script. That way we can call the script every time it increments. Or every 10 times it increments, just call the script here. Or we could just do it at the end of this, right? I don't know, we'll put it in a group, so if we feel like splitting it off later, we can. Fund work. So here we'll do, I don't know, maybe 10 levels. So doing levels is going to be weird, right? Because then we'll need to like have a experience and then like a current experience, right? So like the experience needed for the next level, and then like a current experience, and then like provide experience, and then like change the experience needed for the next level, which is all things I've done before in Game Boy, but like I know that that's a lot, but it is kind of important, otherwise it'll get like boring real fast. Because like, I don't know, you're only making 1 penny every 10 times you increment. I don't even know. Maybe for now we just give it 1. We'll just increment our coins. And then we do want to do the numbers for it. One thing I'm wondering is how to make alerts work for a stream setup. It depends on what type of alert you want to do. So what I use, and Kixie showed me this, what I use is something called Mix It Up, which is like a chat bot, but it's like more. It's like a standalone system. This is Mix It Up. So if I go to my events here, right, we've got Twitch events, right? So like let's see, if someone follows me, it says a random chat message for new followers, and then it chooses from these chat messages, right? If I go to my Twitch channel points, we've got sound alerts here. So anytime someone chooses a channel point that's a sound alert, it pulls one of these out and then plays it, right? So if I like test Beavis and Butthead, it does the same thing as if I were to like join my own channel and then hit like Star Fox, for example.
Just shoot it, Fox!
Right? Did that work?
I don't swim.
Yeah. Taco Crepes got the idea. Yeah, so I let Mix It Up handle all of that, and it links to Twitch, which makes it a little bit easier. However, it doesn't link to Kick. I know that some people use Kick, like they'll restream. I find it confusing. I tried making the follow alert and my avatar popping up and blinking animation, but I use a PNG to do it, and when I equip it, the PNG just creates a black rectangle around it, yet the PNG is transparent. What are you using to equip it? Are you using like Stream Elements or something like that? Because sometimes if something doesn't accept transparent images, it will convert it to either a bitmap or a JPEG, for its own purposes, and then it won't have the transparency. Another thing you could do is possibly use a GIF, but if it doesn't accept GIFs, then you'll run into the same issue. But GIFs can include transparency as well, and you can animate them. But yeah, it's going to depend on a lot of different things, you know, what software you're using or what site you're using or anything like that. It's all going to make little differences. Right, so these are not the right spots either. I think money is these ones. So was that 12.5? And then 13.5? I don't know, that was like 5 months ago. I'd have to look at it again. I tried setting things up 5 months ago, but it became too much for me, so I gave up. But I want to just do it. Right on. Yeah, I mean, one thing that I'll say is that, like, it's a process, right? You're going to go back to this iteratively, right? Because it's never going to be exactly what you want for future purposes, and you'll figure out better ways of doing things. You'll have new ideas that you'll want to implement, right? So I think it might be wise to like leave room for that and say like, okay, this isn't perfect, but I'm going to come back to it and fix it, or I'm going to give this another shot another time, or, you know, like, it's not easy, but it will be easier the next time you try to do it, right? And the more often you come back to it, the easier it is to try to do. It's probably even a good idea to schedule time to work on your stream, but if you talk to other streamers, you'll find out that a lot of people, we don't really have the time for that, and then we try to fit the time into our schedule, and we end up spending more time than we thought we were going to, more time than we even probably should. But we kind of enjoy working on our stream. It becomes an enjoyable thing, right? Like a lot of those sound alerts that I just pulled up a minute ago, some of those took me hours to do. And LMAO, that's real. Yeah, for real, right? It's like a whole nother thing. It's like a job, but it's also like something that you can like take pride in and actually enjoy. I work on my stream while streaming sometimes. Yeah, I think that's cool too, right? I'd like to do more of that, like you know, like the emotes and the pixel tubers and stuff like that, and just like work that into the stream. But like some of it, it's like it's hard to do live, right? Either it doesn't work right, or, you know, I don't use schedules. Yeah, so sorry for my spelling mistakes, not natively from an English speaking nation. That's no problem. You're doing great for English not being your first language. You're doing fantastic. So also, schedules is a really hard word to spell, so don't worry about that at all. But yeah, I think schedules are good. They're not easy. I try and fail all the time with schedules, so I feel that, you know, not using schedules is like, feels more comfortable to me. But there is a lot of benefit to schedules. I think Kixie is a good comparison for me, where she's always on her schedule and it works really well for her. I'm always not on a schedule and it doesn't do very well for me. Yeah. Schedules make me go crazy. Yeah, I feel that for sure. So we're incrementing the main, but then we're not updating the 1s and 10s here. And we basically need to do all of this. all of this, which is crazy. Wait, why is, oh wait, yeah. So yeah, if it's less than 99, we want to increment it by 1. This needs to go after that, and then we'll do money main int is less than 10. Wait a second. Yeah. Then money tens equals 0, and money ones equals money main. I mean, I'm like ultra anxious, so a schedule would just make my mind race. Yeah. Yeah, I get kind of social anxiety. I'm not like I know people that have like clinical anxiety, and I don't think it's that bad for me, but I definitely do get anxious. I think it's actually pretty normal for people to get anxious, but like when you have like panic attacks and stuff, that's like where it's like crossing the line, right? When it starts to affect you in your daily life, when you can't control it. But yeah, even I had a panic attack not that long ago, maybe like 6 months ago, and I was in public. It was really weird. I never had that happen to me before, but I had like very little sleep, and I was dehydrated, and I was in a place that I didn't know anyone, and in Walmart, a place I hate shopping. I don't like being around that many people. I don't like being in a big place with a bunch of products everywhere. Like I was just out of my element in a whole bunch of ways. But I never was prescribed anything for anxiety or anything like that. But yeah, schedules don't help. They definitely make me feel more anxious. Like, and then the other thing is that like I always break schedules, right? Especially when it's like something that's like consistent, like something that needs to be like all the time. Something's gonna come up and cause me to break that. And then my own sleep schedule, I can't seem to keep. Here I am up at 4 a.m. And I'm only just now starting to feel a little tired. But it's just gonna get worse, right? I'm just gonna stay up later tomorrow, and then later tomorrow, or the next day, and then later the next day, until all of a sudden I'm like waking up at 5 in the afternoon, and I'm like, oh, I need to fix my sleep schedule, and then I start the whole thing over again after I fix it. It's just, yeah. Schedule, you have to code right now. Me, nah, I don't think so. Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah, that's something I really like about being a solo developer, and in being a generalist. Like, I do so many different things. I do art, I do music, I do programming. I end up doing the dialogue, I end up doing voice acting, I end up doing all these different things. Graphics, you know, like graphics programming to animating, and just like anything that you could think of that's in a game is something that I do. Whether I do it extremely well or not, like that's up for opinion or whatever, but there's always something different for me to do. And if I'm like, I don't feel like doing this task, I will switch it up and do something that I enjoy. But yeah, we are having an ad break in like 10 seconds here, so just a heads up. I will take a break when that happens, so you won't miss anything. But yeah, we were going to be closing the stream pretty soon here after the ad anyways. But I appreciate everyone hanging out. Alright, looks like we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone. I appreciate that. And yeah, I do really want to finish up what I'm doing here. So yeah, what I'm doing here is I'm copying these, which are basically these, but made for the money instead. And then changing these numbers to match what we need. So this way, how much money you make will increment on the screen. Oh, that's supposed to be 70. This is 80 and 90, 8, 80. So this next one is a little bit different, but it's not that different. So we'll do 90 and 99, 9 and 90. Okay, so that should work. I think Stardew could be a nice game for first stream, maybe. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a good one because there's a big community of people who like to watch it. There's a big community of people who play it. A lot of people use that as like a stream together game, right? Where they have like a friend to stream with, and that can always be helpful, especially when you're first starting out. Like if you're not sure that there's going to be a lot of people in your chat, which is usually the case when you first start out, sometimes having someone to talk to makes it a lot easier. There's this thing that streamers do where they kind of like talk about what they're thinking and what they're doing, and it's kind of a learned skill. It's not something that you can just easily like turn on if you haven't done it before usually. But having someone to play a game with actually kind of helps a lot. But yeah, if it's your first stream, like, I don't know, it's one of those things. Expectations can be really high, and then your expectations aren't usually met when it's like your first stream, because a lot of people won't know who you are, they won't know that you're streaming. Like, it's hard to get random people to just like wander into streams. It does happen, don't get me wrong, right? I mean, you found me. But it's pretty rare when people do that, right? A lot of times it's more like at the end of streams, right? I'll find someone to raid. That's a good way for people to like walk into your stream. That's how I met Taco. I searched pixel art and I was looking for pixel art, so I was like, oh, I've never seen this person before. Their art looks cool. I'm gonna give them a raid, and we became friends. I could even make an OC version where my PNG tuber has the outfit from the Stardew character. Yeah, I think people would like that. Alright, let's play our 64 by 64 pixel game here. We got our first pet. We got our pet, and now we're gonna make it work. And we made money already. We're making 10 instead of we're making 10 more dollars than I'm supposed to be making. We're gonna hit 99 really fast here. I think something's confused. So maybe when it gets to 99, that's when you level up. And then maybe you make 2 coins. But yeah, I think these are just backwards. 15. 16. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is... Wait, can't read them. That's ones. So ones should be there. They were just backwards, they were flipped. But yeah, we're making money, so that's good. I just really need to fix that mic issue. Yeah, mics are kind of important. The quality of the mic can have a big effect on your stream. You know, like if the mic is picking up a lot of like clicking noises and stuff, that can be like a big factor for people to not want to hear. Just like little things, you know, if they can hear you typing, sometimes that's an issue. If it's not consistent in volume, sometimes people will get really, really loud and then they'll get really, really quiet. That's kind of annoying. So yeah, but obviously you're having some other thing. Why is my keyboard breaking? Probably because it's held together by tape. I don't know. Could be that. Maybe because you got rocks in it that one time. Maybe. I'm still trying to think of how you got rocks in it, but you know, maybe you were on an adventure with it. But yeah. Anyways, we got it incrementing. I'm pretty happy with what we got today. I think we're going to end the stream here. Let me find someone to raid before we get carried away here. It's super late, so it might take me a minute. We'll look for a pixel artist. I think it is dust that over the years got compressed together and then turned into a rock. Oh wow. So I know it's not like the world's cheapest thing, but one thing I do is I'll get like air duster, and it really isn't that expensive, right? Because it seems like an expense at first, but I literally bought 2 cans like with a discount. I think it was like $7 for 2 cans or something like that, and this was like 8 years ago, and I haven't even finished the first can. Like I haven't opened the second can and I haven't finished the first can. And I don't use it all the time. Every couple months or something I'll dust out my stuff though, you know, but I'll dust out everything. I'll dust out the vents, I'll dust out the keyboard, I'll dust out the fans on my other computer, I'll dust out my MIDI controller, anything that has buttons, I'll get the cracks of it, you know. And I found that to be helpful for sure. Let's make this increment give me lots of money. Oops. So now our money is going up with our work, which is okay, but it'd be better if it was like every 5 works or something. Also, what is your favorite game? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't really know. I get into games and then I kind of get out of games, and then I have like a lot of games that like really shaped me that I don't really play anymore. So it's really hard to say what my like all-time favorite is. I know that the game Secret of Mana really affected me. It was not the world's greatest game. It had some flaws, but it was a lot of fun. It was a 3-player game, which I thought was awesome. I was able to play with some people that were really cool, and you know, this was back when you needed like a multi-tap and 3 controllers for your Super Nintendo, and it was a narrative-driven game. It had a really cool story that was really compelling to me as a kid. I used to like pretend that I was like the main character in the story, kind of thing. Like, I wanted to be in that world. You know, I liked it so much. The art style was fantastic, pixel art, and it's one of those games that people still try to recreate and can't quite do it. Then again, I haven't played a lot of the new recreations of it, so I don't know how close they've gotten. But I know there's like Shrine's Legacy, which is a indie game that's very similar. There is a Square Enix version that's like a newer one that someone was playing that looked really good. But yeah, I just haven't like sat down and played any of those because it's like a long game. But yeah, I definitely still play the original from time to time, but it's been a year or two since I picked it up. But I think that's my all-time favorite. Even if I don't play it that often. As far as games that I played the most lately, I've been playing a lot of Helldivers 2, which is weird for me because it's not an indie. Mine has to be Mario and Luigi's Adventures in Time or Bowser's Inside Story. I don't know that one at all. I played Mario's Time Machine, I think it was what it was called. What was that one called? Yeah, Mario's Time Machine. Oh, it was bad. It was so bad. Or maybe it was Mario is Missing that I played? I can't remember now. I think I played both of them. They were both not great. But yeah, Mario and Luigi's Adventures in Time, I have no idea what that is. Mario and Luigi RPG series. Oh, for DS. Yeah, I didn't have a DS. Your childhood DS game. I gotcha. Oh, I could stream those. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I never played a DS. I played a 3DS before, but I think I literally only played Animal Crossing on it. Anyways, I was looking for pixel art streamers to raid. Oh, look how much money we have. It's still incrementing though. 16, 17, 18. Pretty soon we'll be getting symbols. Like when you get too many lives in Mario. I do have an emulator to play them on PC. Cool. I'm all about emulators. It looks like Seagoat's streaming, but we raid them all the time. It is Saturday, well, it was Saturday, now it's Sunday. So there kind of is a lot of people, but because it's so late, not a lot of them are English. Not that I have a problem with non-English speakers, it's just hard to communicate. What is this? This might be cool. Oh, mic off. Huh. Not seeing a lot of activity. Maybe they're AFK for a second or something. And then there's Admiran, which I think I'm following them. Well, we could do Seagoat or Admiran. She's jumping, yeah. She can dance too. Yeah, look at her go. I think this guy is working on the same game as this other guy. Well, alright, I think we're gonna raid Admiran. Put a lot of thought into this. Wow, she's a dancer. I don't want to spend any more time thinking about who I'm gonna raid. It's time for me to sleep. Let's raid Admiran. They are a pixel art maker and a 3D modeler, and they're working on a game with someone else, I believe. Not really sure. It says Game Maker Toolkit 25 Day 4 Bug Killing and Finishing Loop. So yeah, I think they're working on the same game as the other person, which is pretty cool. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I very much appreciate it. Or for dropping in and for joining the Discord. We have a raid message, so if you want to say hi in the other person's chat, the bottom one is if you don't have a sub, and the top one is if you do. That way, if you don't know what to say, you can still say something. Or if you don't want to say anything at all, that's fine. If you want to join the raid, that's cool. If you don't, that's fine also. So yeah, raid. Oh, I copied the raid message over the person's name. That's not how you raid somebody. Raid Admiran. Admiran. Alright. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here, Kixie. I appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful evening, or night, or morning, or whatever it is. Hope you sleep fantastically. And, yeah. Thanks, everyone, for being cool, for dropping in. Taco Crepe, Lumby, Indie Maniac, all the cool people that dropped in and said hey. Thank you for the new follow, Titania. Sorry, I'm terrible with names. Titania. Thank you again. And yeah, I'll see you around. And we'll be doing another stream tomorrow. I'm like slurring my speech here. We'll be doing another stream tomorrow at some point when I wake up. I don't know. Sleep schedule is clearly drifting a little bit here. But yeah. Anyways, thanks again, everyone. We're gonna go see Admiran, and have a great night. Bye. Dance, gotta get that last dance in there. Look at her go, look at her go. Alright, see you later.
Hey, Rick. How are you doing? Whoa, back-to-back raids. That's a double raid.